presence with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you for the day you've been with us. Thank you for being our guide and protector. We pray that in this session, as we begin, be our guide and protector. And it is in Jesus' name we give thanks and praise. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. We are blessed today, and we are told that knowledge is power. And if knowledge is power, you get it from having a very good network. The network we are forming today, so that we can be able to learn what are paradigms. But before we go into the details of understanding what are paradigms, I'll ask the chairperson of Nairobi East to introduce the officials of the branch and then introduce our guest speaker. Edith, Madam Chair, kindly introduce your officials, then you will invite our main speaker of the day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, supporters, and also our moderator. We take this opportunity to welcome all of you, and I will take this opportunity as well to introduce the officials. We start with our secretary. Saverio, you can show the video. Please, Saverio. Thank you, Saverio Mwangi. We have Vincent Mwanzia, who is a member. We have Alexander, who is our treasurer. We have Gordon, who is our assistant chair. And finally, we have Zipporah Mburu, who is a member. And my name is Edith Kariuki, the chair of the branch. I would like to give a brief highlight on the reasons why we came up with this topic as a branch. We decided as a team to run with leadership the whole of this year. And we note that in our day-to-day activities as a HR professionals, there's a relationship between the HR and the leadership in our everyday activity. And so there's a symbiotic relationship between leadership and HR. So much of good HR strategies, policies, and practices are dependent upon good leadership. And so much of good leadership is dependent upon HR practices. So the right intervention at the right time for the right leaders. And so today we have a unique friend of the branch by the name Gabriel Nyamo, who is a transformational leader. He has worked an experienced leader, having 17 years of experience in this field. And so he is a friend that we'll be working with in the leadership for the whole of this year, so that we look at leadership in different aspects. And without further ado, I would like to invite Gabriel Nyamo, and welcome, Gabriel.
Thank you very much, Edith and Richard. Can I just do a quick check that you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you. Very.
All right.
Okay, let me say I can hear you.
Thank you for the great start. Thank you, Edith, for the intro and the rest of the team. All protocols observed within the larger branch leadership. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you this evening. I just have a moment to what I may call co-create learning experience. Edith has just mentioned a little bit about myself. So my name is Gabriel Nyamo. I've been in the HR practice I did 13 years in the corporate world as a human resource business partner, but later moved in strategy transformation, and where now I serve in full-time consultancy with a key passion and focus around purpose-led transformation. So I'm sure that our engagement is going to trigger some mindsets or some key paradigms that probably we need to start thinking differently. I always say, think right, believe right, and you reap right. So even in our workplace, I'm sure if we start thinking right, and believing right, having the right convictions in our role in business. And finally, of course, we are going to live light. So I want to appreciate that direction for the year and the vision for this branch in terms of enhancing leadership, and so that we can be able to be effective in our marketplace. I interact with both divides, both from boardroom, executives, that is CEOs, directors, and also human resource leaders. And sometimes you find always a bit of disconnect. Actually, today earlier I was talking to somebody and we were reviewing some initiatives that we are doing in the market. And one of the things that came up was most of the HR we had engaged for a particular project could not be able to push the change agenda through their leadership. And that got me thinking, how comes they can't sell ideas? How comes probably HR are finding it difficult to actually go and put in a business case? Maybe you want to propose or make a recommendation on changing your organization, whether it's culture, competencies, leadership. Why are we finding it hard for HR sometimes to sell some of these propositions to their leadership? And you find there's a huge sometimes disconnect around that. And I think that this is just one way to start having a good conversation towards the right direction. So it allow me just to share my screen. I don't want to indulge so much on the screen, but I will use them as my anchor conversation reference. But I'll be pausing to ask questions as we continue so that it's not a one-way process. I also want to learn from this conversation. When I hear the word paradigm shift, I'm so much always excited because change is the only thing that makes us human, actually. We evolve, we keep changing, we keep adapting, and that makes us better and improve even in our demeanor as human beings and even around our professional role. So people who have done a bit of psychology, they will tell you, for you to really even transform your behavior, you have to have changed your thinking. And the greatest challenge when it comes to change is actually the mindset. I know most of us are business leaders. We are championing some strategic changes, transformation in our organization. And I know the greatest challenge we have is making people see what they should see. And that's mindset. Transforming a human mindset, it's something that is the hardest thing. It's easy to put in people into a room, train them, build competencies, but to change their mind, it's quite a big issue. And I think I want to anchor that as the core transformational dilemma for us as HR leaders throughout the year as a theme. How are we doing in terms of driving paradigm shift using the mindset, changing the mindset of our leaders, mindset of our CEOs, mindset of our employees? And I think that's going to give us more low-hanging fruits in terms of the impact on the business. So that's how I'm going to anchor this. And in the process, of course, I'm going to touch on some of the things that I strongly feel could be helpful to each one of us. So I'm a strategy expert in terms of consultancy. I practice what you call Paradigm Execution Premium Bar and Scorecard, which I'm certified. So most of my time, I spend more time in the transformation and strategy, both development and execution. But because I have a HR background, I'm so keen on human capital transformation. My purpose is just to transform mindset for purpose-led generational impact. And I think that's going to come out as we continue with this journey. So, so we are living in a world, of course, where things are changing so fast. I know some of us, I can see some familiar faces, may have attended some of my open talks, or both in summits, in conferences, in seminars. And there are some things that I always begin with, and I will still do the same. So if you have attended all my previous sessions, then you're going to get used to this, because I always begin, especially when I'm speaking to HR or managers, I always begin there. What are the shifts and changes are we seeing in the market? So we are seeing a huge shift towards purpose-led empowerment, where we are having people and employees looking for purpose and meaning. I will share another slide somewhere downstream where it shows statistics on how many people are looking to know or searching for their purpose in internet using Google Analytics, and it's gonna shock you. So we've moved to that space. We have to drive purpose-led empowerment, purpose-led transformation. people are demanding personalization. So I want to feel Gabriel in this conversation. You want to feel Richard, you want to feel Edith, you want to feel Zipporah. That means you want to feel you, not a generic feeling. So as much as you're dealing with employees, with our readers, they are demanding from us a very personalized feel. They want to feel themselves as individuals because they came as a whole. So you don't want to refer them to our employees, our teams. People want to feel themselves. And that's pose a question in terms of our HR value proposition and how do we enhance that personalization in our either employee experience and other things. People are demanding on-demand care, as in, I want that care when I need it. So I don't want even enjoying a benefit just because it is in the policy. We actually almost going to a place where we might not quote those policies. And we should just emit, especially the care. And that's a huge paradigm shift I've seen. I joined HR in the days 17 years ago, where your main line of defense was actually you will quote an article in the policy and that you'll silence somebody. No, you cannot apply more than 2 days because our HR manual says this. And I think we are moving away from that. I don't mean that we are going not to have policies there. They're going to be their manuals for provide baseline, but we have to start offering some on-demand care, which sometimes may not even be provisioned in our manuals and our policy. That's concept of agility, agile policies, and now that how we do our care. Then, of course, there's a push for differentiation because the competition is quite high. Employees have options. And the way I usually say is that we are living in a place where employees have information, even more than us. By the time an employee is coming to you as a HR, they have already kind of Googled. So they are not coming to you glean. They have already done some background, they have searched. Maybe even you have already come to this webinar, already Googled. So I'm speaking to already Googled people. Googled a lot of stuff. So whatever I'm coming to tell you, sometimes you're thinking, I want to validate whether this guy is telling us the truth and all that. So employees, the same case. So if you are not styled, if you are not intentional, we are caught unaware. Sometimes they have too much information than even we know as HR. So they are actually testing you. So we need to offer that differentiation. So that's why we have to have HR innovation, even as much as we practice our HR. So that's just a dilemma around the changing employee experience. But then on the other shift, this is something I always like talking about. We are shifting businesses from profit to purpose, straightforward. We have seen that profit is not sustainable. We have to anchor our business towards purpose. How well is organizational adding value to the society, to the community? So, and that's why you see things like ESG, sustainability goals, which is currently a global topic. So, but as HR, how are we supporting our organization to make this balance? You're balancing between being sustainable in terms of profitability and also on the other side, driving purpose. We are moving away from controlling people and allowing them to be empowered to do their own stuff with minimal control. That means we are almost removing the management barrier. So whereas we used to have these management, complicated management structures, now we almost get rid of that so that people are empowered and they know what they're supposed to do. Now we're in the big data space. People have information. When you give them information, they are empowered, and therefore they probably don't require somebody to supervise them. You can track their productivity without necessarily having a supervisor. That's a huge issue. So how do we empower them? And then finally, of course, how do we build networks and ecosystems within our businesses as opposed to the hierarchies that we used to have there before? A huge paradigm shift. And I'm saying this because now we need to ask ourselves as HR, how are we supporting businesses in this paradigm shift? We're now moving in the agile way where we have small squads, sometimes we call them squads, those chapters in our organization, yet we were used to departments. So slowly again, we are almost getting rid of what we call functional departments because they are silos. Finance wants to feel as finance. Now, honestly speaking, we are not living around where you can just comfortably say, I'm a finance and therefore I'm doing finance. I'm in HR, I'm doing HR. I'm in sales and marketing. Everything is connected to everything else. And that's why we are building ecosystems and networks. How are you providing support and enablement to organizations to transition into that paradigm shift? It's a big question for all of us. We have to think differently. Of course, planning has been one of our greatest barriers. We spend more time planning. Most of our CEOs and our executives are busy in retreats, one board from another, one next committee to another, planning, over planning. Sometimes I call it planning to plan. sometimes you're spending too much time without seeing ideas get experimented and get kind of implemented. A huge paradigm shift. So how do we make sure as people are planning, we're also busy experimenting and kind of testing? We call that design thinking, experimenting ideas and not waiting for a plan for you to be able to execute. There's a shift around disclosure or transparency. We are being forced now to disclose so much stuff that we never disclosed before in terms of our reporting. So then finally, of course, there's product centricity, moving away from that to customer centricity. We are anchoring our businesses now to be more customer focused. Personally, I have interacted with more than 6 organizations or so far this year that are already changing what we call target operating model. So when you're having a conversation with your CEO, you're not talking about the products you're offering. You're talking about markets and segments. So then that means you have even to change your organization structure, your design of your structure and how you operate your processes to be more anchored on adding value to customers. So what is the value for HR in that transition? Because a paradigm, yes, but then how are we supporting them to be able to transition more effectively? We are moving away from transaction to behavior. This is usually a big thing as a data scientist. This is an area that I know is quite disrupting us. We are now more keen to study behavior and model the behavior, both for our employees and also for our customers. So transactional data, which is the data we track from our ERPs, our systems, sometimes is not much reliable. We want to go back into psychoanalytics and study the behavior, the characteristics of people, personalities, and all that, and use that to even define our leadership. So we need them to anchor organization, not just to focus on transactional data, but also the behavioral data. And I think in the behavioral space, HR actually is involved. I speak to a team of AI, artificial intelligence experts, and if you ask any AI expert right now, and you ask them, what are you learning? The current study is actually about how human brain works. In terms even on learning, we have now what we call the branched learning, the using neural network technologies. All those are study of psychology, how human works. And data scientists are actually coming to study human behavior better than people who are managing humans, and that's HR. So we should not be left behind. So I always keep challenging to understand how mindset works, how the brain works, because we are dealing with people. And that helps us even model their behavior, and people can predict actually the future patterns of even behavior. And because we're also in charge of culture, we are able to model behavior that supports our culture. So instead of just looking at, and why am I saying that? Instead of looking at how many hours people are absent, how many hours of training people attended, that is transactional. Okay, so we are almost starting to move away from that transactional approach to things to a little bit of more behavior, and that helps us and give us more control of our modeling solutions. So we're also moving away from instinctive gut feel, and I always say that gut is very important. Instinct is natural to us, but we have to validate it with evidence. So we are again shifting a lot into evidence-based decision-making. If you support an idea, if you come to tell me I sponsor the employees to go and attend a training, I'll ask you, so show me the evidence, first of all, they require the training. So that means even the choice of who to nominate to go and attend a training, it's a big issue. You cannot just use gut feeling to say, I think I'll sponsor Edith to go and attend this customer experience training. There has to be clear evidence that is supported by data on why you're sponsoring so and so and not another person. Then, of course, there's a little bit of integration between social capital and knowledge capital. This is more of a breading. Knowledge capital is a big thing right now. And you know why? Sometimes as HR, we have not appreciated that initially we used to reward and structure over our human policies around social capital. But I can assure you we have been disrupted here. Why? I joined also in HR where we were very keen on, of course, retaining people 10 years, 20 years. Currently, it is no longer sustainable. So you even structure employee rewards and incentives towards how long you have stayed in an organization. But now we are kind of challenging that paradigm shift. You're talking about paradigm again. You're almost challenging that because you may have served 15 years, but the question is, can you be able to build in proprietary knowledge from your experience and make it institutional knowledge? So as a HR question is, how are you institutionalizing the knowledge from our employees? Or is when they resign or they leave our organization is when we are now struggling to see how do we succeed them and all that. There are proper frameworks actually to be able to institutionalize that knowledge so that we have knowledge that is dependent on who is the role holder. So even if I lose Richard tomorrow, I'm not worried because I've actually almost siphoned knowledge from Richard and make it institutional knowledge, not personal knowledge. Let me tell you, that's a paradigm shift for us because that's where we're able to build what you call sustainability model into the learning of the organization. So it's all these organizational shifts. My question is, if you subject this into each one of us, then we should be asking ourselves, how are we supporting our organization to actually be able to transition successfully and we add value? Now, somebody talks about being relevant. Now, if you're not speaking this language, then our CEOs, our executive may consider us as not important. And it's good to build our credibility. So if you can't speak this part of this language, then sometimes they think you're just pushing admin work, administrative task and all that. But if you're able to shape these conversations with them, then of course, it proves to them that you know what is happening currently in the 21st century. And that gives you a more bargain power when you're sitting in the boardroom, in the table to negotiate some proposition. You are not going to be ignored, that we can attend a meeting without a HR. So that's why I wanted to start this. This is something that I always begin with this. So it's very religiously consistent to those who have attended our previous sessions. And therefore, I want just to challenge us at least to be able to be more intentional in these paradigm shifts. So I have 3 questions for all of us. I don't think I'll be able to answer all of them within the next, I think, 30 minutes. I'm not sure the minutes I have. I don't think I'm able to probably answer them. But when I was thinking about this question or this webinar, I kind of summed it up into 3 areas. And the first question is, what kind of combination of talent mix and the organization would drive strategy? And I want to elaborate this because I have seen most of us sometimes we are not very conscious about our organization journey. And I'll give an example. In the organizational growth models, there's a model which is a basic one where we usually say that organizations start, we call those startups. After they start, they grow. After they grow, they expand. After they expand, they get into a matured ecosystem. A good example is like Safaricom, we can call it a mature ecosystem. Now, that is like a life cycle, the way you grow from a child to a teenager to an adult. Now, have you ever thought as a HR, you are the one in charge of designing your talent mix, the combination of people you are hiring, the combination of leaders you are. I just want to give a quick, I'm just throwing us questions for us to think through. Have you ever thought of the right optimal combination of talent mix within your organization against where you are as a business or as an organization and your strategy? For example, you can have a different talent mix of innovators, challengers. There are people who are good in just coming up with ideas. We call them innovators. There are people who are good in execution. You give them an idea, they implement. You can help us. Kindly let's mute ourselves. Kindly let's mute ourselves. Kindly let's mute ourselves as we continue with the other, what is happening behind the scene. Or the admin, kindly you can mute so that you can have one conversation. Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. So I would just throw a spanner in the works. We may not have a lot of time to discuss it. For example, have you ever thought to understand where is the organization in terms of the growth ladder? Is it at the start level, growth phase, expansion phase, or probably it's already a mature ecosystem? Now, if you use that, then you ask yourself, what combination of leaders, talent, competencies will suit that kind of an organization? And also that prepare is so that you're in a growth phase, you're moving to the expansion phase. It's a big question for us. I was trying to explain a good example. If you classify maybe people into 3, like there are people who are good in ideas, innovators. There are people who are good in execution. They can implement stuff. There are also good people who are good in sustaining. They can sustain a system and processes and controls, and they help us make sure at least we check where we have lapses. Now, if you have those three combinations, just as a very general, generic approach, would you know what is the best combination of people if you assess them so that you say, I need 20% innovators, I need 50% to be implementers, and I need 30% of my workforce to be sustainers? Have we ever thought about such kind of a thing? Because those are the conversations we need to start bringing on the table, because that can help you challenge even the current structure of your business and be able now to have a chance to transform it. But then you need to do a study, because for you to do that, you have to be a designer. Literally, you have to be a designer. You have to do what you call modeling. You have to be a modeling expert, because modeling means you are setting the assumptions and testing and validating them and building in like an input-output model, where you say, if I throw in 20% innovators, 80% implementers, and 2% sustainers, I'm likely to drive my business from A to C. So instead of just business, maybe we are recruiting, but we are not clear on what model is shaping our recruitment. That make our kind of proposition be challenged by our seniors. So when you're proposing, maybe you want to add a new teams or new roles, you are being challenged by CEOs or by executives, because we cannot show to them there's a certain specific model that is informing our decision. That's the first question. It's a big ticket question. Of course, the second one is, how do I align people to purpose and enable them contribute to the strategy? So I have designed the right talent mix, but then how do I align those people so that they find the meaning to what they do, but then finally contribute to the strategy? And there I'm going to talk a little bit of strategy language in some few other slides that are ahead. So we need to speak the language of the business, and we need to stop speaking the HR language, because HR language is Greek to our CEOs. HR language is Greek to our business partners. So we need to stop speaking more of the HR language and speak of the business language. And then now we use that to align everybody, so that at least everybody find how they contribute. I think that's where the topic was around, how do we align people to contribute to the organizational strategy? And it's at an individual level. In strategy execution, we call that, the performance cascading and alignment. It's a big question again, which we attempt to answer it in some few slides downstream, maybe in a very brief way. The third question that can close my conversation towards the end is, which evidence gives me more discernible and sustainable impact or results? This is purely big data and analytics. So we have again now to have the language of evidence that shapes our propositions. Long is gone where we just came with just arbitrary propositions that are just based on gut feeling or assumptions that are not quantifiable, but we are being challenged now. We have to speak the language of data. I think somebody, I don't know whether he's attending this session, keep telling me that he tells us that all of us, God for all of us, but each one of you bring evidence. So it's just an analogy. God for all of us, so God covers all of us. Yes, Richard.
Yes, Gabriel, before you even go very far, yes. I wanted to give a scenario whereby HR can give, can use language to sell a particular idea to a CEO, and there will be a huge buy-in. Two,
yes,
the word innovation scares very many of us. How can HR people be able to embrace innovation, creativity, and ingenious thinking? Because I find that, in fact, even if I ask you, how many HR people do you interact, embrace or value creativity? Because we normally look at creativity as something that can be only be done by a very different people, something there rarefied.
Yeah, good questions. The first one, I know I'm going to answer it downstream, so I may not preempt in terms of some of the sample things you can do that can help you align, especially the evidence-based approach,
okay,
to be able to justify some business case. There's a case that I have given somewhere. The second one, I think I will say we need to demystify innovation. The second one I can attempt before you proceed. We need to demystify innovation. Innovation is not the big bang, Albert Einstein theory, those things that we are kind of inventing. Innovation is not invention. Innovation is purely improvement. And when you talk about improvement, everybody has a movement to improve something. First of all, it's a mindset. Mindset is where you consider yesterday's success as a baseline. but not as a benchmark. So if you start challenging yourself that, yes, this is what we did yesterday, can we be better? Can we improve in one way or another? Already you're challenging yourself towards innovation. And it could be just innovation in terms of process, our reporting, our model. So if you check out all those components we use or our tools that we use to manage talent, that's a sort of innovation. Introducing a talent model that was not there before, it's an innovation. Introducing a competency framework, and therefore now you're informing how you recruit. Initially, maybe you're using JD, now you're using a certain competency framework. Already that's an additional value. So we can demystify. The reason why sometimes we shy away from innovation because we think it's this big bang thing that has never been had by anybody in the world. So we get bogged down, and that kind of gives us a paralysis in terms of even thinking. So I'll try to illustrate that along the way because there's a component called design thinking, which is a critical tool for innovation. I think I have a slide for that as we continue. So what do you require in these three areas, of course? The first one, for you to be able to model these talents and mix and organize your talent, then we require human-centered design thinking. This is where the concept of agility, of course, comes in. But somehow they are still buzzwords, as maybe Richard is mentioning here. Most of these things are buzzwords. So when you go kwa ground, vitu ni tofauti. Sometimes when you go on the ground, you discover actually people are saying they are agile, but there's no agility evidence on the ground. The second one, and I'm going to touch this in more in-depth, maybe in the last 20 minutes, is being able to be strategy aligned and purpose-led. We have to anchor ourselves that way. We have to make sure at least we are aligned to strategy. Where is your place in the strategy map? If you read your organization strategy map in the strategic plan, where do you place yourself? Because if you can't be able to place yourself, then they will place you. So we need to place ourselves in the strategy map, in the value chain of the strategy map. And then, of course, that makes us a bit more aligned to what the business is doing. And then finally, of course, being evidence-based and be data-driven. So as much as we're in leadership, we have to challenge and influence our readers using evidence. I'm going to give some few cases on each one of these. Number one, I talked about human-centered design thinking, but I'm going to spend only 5 minutes. So allow me to move a bit fast because I think this is already recorded. You can always replay this and read through the fine print after the webinar, or probably I can also share these slides for your further reference. So human-centered design thinking, what do we design? We design work, workplace, and workers. That's period. That's what we design. We design mostly those three areas. WWW. We, of course, we design competencies under that. We design leadership pipeline. We design policies. We design processes. We design employee value proposition. We design employer branding. We design benefit package, and etc., etc. So Richard was asking, where do you innovate? Innovation can be in any of these. So you start now breaking each one of these. You see, how can I be able to change and transform and improve each one of these? And this is not exhaustive. But as you do that, the question is, you are designing it why and for who? It's because we want people to start seeing meaning and purpose in what they do. We want to design human experience. We all know that experience what people remember, so that is memorable. We are also trying to model a culture so that we can sustain our software of delivery. Culture is the software in which we deliver our service and we deliver our organizational value. So we are designing it for that. So we are not designing because it's just a best practice. No, we are designing because we want to have that touch of purpose and meaning. So our employees can sense that, can feel it. And also it's an experience that can be memorable. And so it's a culture that we are shaping that will help us support the organization. And at the end of the day, we are designing it. Why? Because we want to at least have sustainable community impact. I'm building a business case here before I get into the granular components. So that's why we need human-centered design thinking. We should not structure policies and design processes and procedures for the sake of doing it. It's because we are doing it for people, designed for human. It is not designed for anything else. And therefore, we need to change. And this is now where we bring the agile way, because I think the only way I can illustrate how we design is purely to use the agile model from what we used to call waterfall approach, where we need to stop from rigid steps to literally flexible steps. Initially, how we used to do project management, whether you implemented, let's say, a new culture, we used to plan A to Z. And then you religiously follow that process. If somebody asks you, what is the next step? You tell them, yeah, we have done B, we are going to E. In the agile process, that is being challenged. So we are now going to a process where if you implemented a new change in your organization, we want to be a bit more flexible. There are steps that are small steps that can be iteratively done, celebrating milestones in a short term than in the long term. And that's a huge paradigm shift, especially for us, if you're adapting the agile way of doing things. Then, of course, we were focusing so much on long-term development. We could think of 10 years and 5 years. Then we discovered we actually need to develop today. So even in training, a good example is the learning and development. In the training space, we need to stop just having this long-term view, because if you start developing a long-term, let's say, competency, in 1 year, the market have changed. We are demanding new competencies. Whatever you are trying to do, it's already obsolete. It's what we are challenging the universities, for example. If you study a course, 4-year course, by the time you finish the 4th year, the market have changed. The course is already irrelevant. The same case even for us. So we have to consider short-term things. Currently, there are things we are calling micro-learning. Show me just one thing I can do and implement now, not a whole course that I have to stay 1-2 years studying every day. So we are breaking down the learning and development to small components that we can actually be able, I can equip somebody right now and they implement tomorrow, not next year, not next month. That's short-term development process. Of course, we're also kind of moving away from business-led to customer-led. I think I've talked about in the previous paradigm shift. We are breaking out the rigidity of the hierarchy. We used to have those 10, 15 cadres of organizational design to kind of a bit fluid, very flexible organizational design that can allow faster decision-making. We want to make decisions on the fly. So a decision doesn't have to stay 2 hours before it's made. But the tradition is where a decision have to be forwarded to this committee, the committee forwarded to another larger committee, then take it to the board. And I mean, it's a whole bureaucratic process. We are breaking away from that. That's a huge paradigm shift for us. So I will jump to this because of time so that I can capture some other aspect there. We usually handle 3 areas in Agile. And for those maybe you have already done Agile method, you are kind of familiar with this paradigm shift. So how we do our project management, how we implement things, the design of the organization, and then the mindset you require. So I want you to focus on the mindset mostly. That's more important. So the mindset you're talking about being customer-centric, embracing change, failing fast, and learning quickly. Now, I'll give you a good example, especially in technology. We used to implement technology like ERP or HR system. Then by the time you finish implementing, you discover you have kind of implemented the wrong modules. That time you have spent $1 billion. It is too late for you actually to learn. But imagine if you are kind of going in step by step in an agile way where fail fast so that you learn quickly. That's an agile mindset. Of course, the other bit is collaboration where you're not doing it alone. So HR, don't implement HR project alone. You require business as part of partners there. And of course, openness and feedback. We have to allow at least this transparency, this honesty, and create an environment who can be able to share and challenge ideas on real-time basis. So the same case here in terms of agile, like in learning management or learning development. What are some of the mindset we require? We need to recognize that employees needs change rapidly in the organization. Don't force people just to take a certain standard leadership model. Yet probably by the time they are finishing 2 years, environment have changed. They are leading a new generation, of course. Generations are now transforming every 2 years. You are seeing a new breed of people with different characteristics that are joining the marketplace. So we need to stop the rigidity of even how we develop in terms of running the development and kind of be very responsive to very quick, low-hanging changes that are happening in the market. In terms of performance management, of course, it's also quite a huge paradigm shift. I'm not going to mention this so that I can have time to talk about other things. So if you are to implement your agile process to become a good design thinker, then you need to create your plans. But of course, then you need to create execution teams that have shorter cycles. So if you want to change the culture, create a well-encompassing or well-accommodating teams that are from all business representation and create short-time cycles. So maybe weekly basis. You may have had people talk about startup meetings, like every day there's a startup meeting to evaluate where are we going, what challenges, what are the barriers, and that helps you actually to push forward in terms of your work sprints. So these are just kind of the roadmap for the agile way. Maybe you organize another webinar where I can talk about in-depth agile HR in the next conversation. But that's one area. So number 2 of my 3 questions, Remember, I asked 3 questions. The second question was how we align ourselves to strategy and purpose. Now, let me give you a shock. Google last year, in the Google Analytics, 1.5 billion results were identified for people looking for purpose. They were not looking for new job. They were not searching for managerial position. They were not looking for promotion. They were not looking for the best greener pasture we think. They were searching for purpose. And this, my colleagues, it's a huge paradigm shift for us. We have to make sure we are anchoring our HR intervention to make people discover meaning and purpose on what they do. In fact, your solution for employee experience and employee engagement is actually on purpose. If people find meaning on what they do, they don't require their manager, they don't require a supervisor, you don't need to push them for performance. They will perform discretionary. So this is a huge theme. And we a research done, I think an article that was released in February by Harvard Business Review, they say they are combining, there's a trend in 2022, they're combining 3 roles, HR, ego, and communication, to form another role we are calling Chief Purpose Officer. I know all of us know that initially we used to have Chief Happiness Officer. And I'm not sure some of us are Chief Happiness Officer, CHO. Now we're saying we are redefining that happiness because happiness has to be when people have discovered purpose and meaning for life in what they do. So Harvard has predicted that the next crop of a C-level role is called Chief Purpose Officer. And they are combining various responsibilities on how people are able to discover their meaning and purpose and contribute also to their organizational purpose. Because also the company and the businesses we are serving have their own purpose. So to be able to categorize that, there is an envisioned requirement to have a Chief Purpose Officer. If you can read an article published by Harvard, you're going to get this. It's in the topic or title, 11 Trends that will shape the work in 2022 and beyond. And because we are talking about beyond just 2022, it's good for people to focus on that interesting unfolding. So question for you is, how do we do purpose-led hiring? Probably you have never thought about that. How do we make sure by the time you're doing talent acquisition that you're able almost to pick someone's purpose and then make sure that's what we're using as the value proposition to attract you to come and work with us? How do we do that? It's a big question for us. Purpose-led transformation. How do I develop Gladys, Edith, Richard, so that they are advancing their purpose, but at the same time, I'm using that to help them to improve productivity and improve performance. So it's a two-way pendulum. How are we doing purpose-led coaching? Now I'll give you a shock. The traditional coaching process is being challenged. Why? We sometimes assume people know what they need in life. So if I am using the GROW model, and for those who have done the coaching, you know about those models. Let's say I'm using the GROW model. So you set goals and then hold you accountable. Question is, I'm assuming that you know and you're already aligned to your purpose. So I might actually coach you to the wrong thing because I made the wrong assumption that you already know what you need, and therefore I'll only hold you accountable and be a mirror for you. So we are again challenging that even the coaching has to have a purpose at the epicenter of it. And then finally, of course, how are we breeding purpose-led culture? How we make sure organizations are more purpose anchored. And every transformation we do is towards purpose, not profit. Now, these are questions for us as HR then. We have then to be able to support our organization to make these shifts in our businesses. Now, that is about purpose. The second component was, where do you sit in the strategy map? I think most of us have already read the strategy planning process, and you know how we do strategy map. And for those people probably have never seen a strategy map, I'm going to show you one for the first time maybe. But I want you to start understanding the strategy map, because that's one thing will make you sit at the boardroom. So for those who love bar and scorecard, we usually have 4 perspective, financial, and you can leave this statement going upwards. And I always encourage using this model. So if you read this statement going down, what you say, to achieve our goals, how must our organization learn and innovate? Certify our customers and stakeholders in what processes must we excel? Certify our customers, what customer needs must we serve? And certify our stakeholders, what value objective must we accomplish? Now I want to divide these into 2. That can be divided into 2, where you have the red mark, and the upper side is what we call outcomes. The lower side, we call it inputs. Now we contribute so much on the lower deck, And that's what we call capability model for the organization to be able to succeed in the strategy implementation. We play a huge role. And if you see a strategy map like this is a strategy map. Actually, this is actually a typical one for a client I have served, so I've just removed the name. But this is a real strategy map that has two themes on top and how value is created upwards. Now, we cannot purport to go to the boardroom if we cannot speak strategy map language. Now, strategy maps are usually value maps that develop maps from below going up. Maybe if you like it, you can call it bottom up, but I'm not campaigning for anybody. It's not a top up, the bottom is a bottom up approach. So it's where what capability am I developing for the organization, and you use 3 areas in terms of information capital, human capital, and the like, which then feed into the processes. That's our delivery model, and then feed into the customer, what value create for customers, and go to the what we call business outcomes. So our responsibility is the raw deck. So you have to make sure we are strengthening the efficiency model, that's the process, but also we are providing the capability for the organization in form of organizational capital, information capital, and human capital. Now, that of course may sound Greek. Probably we may have another webinar just talk about the strategy implementation. But the question is, how do we make sure at least in the enabler, and I've now sliced that row apart only, the process and the enabler perspective. So this is where we pray. We may not pray in the customer and financial, but we pray a lot in these two. So a simple illustration, human capital. If you're asking yourself, what strategy skills am I developing for the organization? On the organization capital, you're asking about, am I providing the right environment? Are we operating an organizational fit? And you can measure that actually, what we call organizational fit score. You can actually measure the fitness of the organization to deliver the strategy. So that's an organizational capital issue. Information capital, are we providing strategic information? And this is what changes how we report. How you do your report should transform. So are we providing strategic information that actually will help the organization make better decisions? That is part of organizational information capital. So that's how we contribute to the strategy. And if you anchor your HR strategic plan to these 3, I can assure you, you start speaking relevant and strategic conversation that you can have with your respective business head. Of course, you can have more sessions to talk about this in depth. My last thing, because I have 3 minutes to finish. My last question I asked, I remember I gave you 3 questions. The third question is about evidence-based. And I think this one is where this is my sweetest part, because I love data, I love big data and analytics, and I think I love pitching and speaking this, what you call data evangelism. So in this, we did a bit of survey within HR, and only 5% of you, because I can assure you, you are a representation of this bit of research we had done, only 5% of you were able to prove that at least you are providing intelligence and insight from data. You're able to convert data to insights. Only 5%. Most of us are at the data stage where we are just having data, suffocating actually with the data we have. We are suffocating with big data we have for performance management for 10 years, competency data training. We are suffocating. We are just there at level 1, 68% of us. So only 5% at least were able to prove, at least have gone to a level where they're able to mine intelligence and build models and insights that actually are able to challenge the business decision making. Another angle, we also did another types of analytics. We classified 5 types of analytics. Only 4% in each of the top layer, which is the recommended. Most of us are still doing what you call descriptive statistics. We are describing what has happened. We are busy telling a story of what has happened, but we are not explaining why. So the first level, 54%, is showing we are data, we call them data journalists. Data journalists where we are saying we had 10 employees, we lost 2, our total cost from payroll is 100 million. We are only saying what happened, but we can't actually tell correlations on why what happened, which we call diagnostic analytics. And also going to predictive analytics and going to the prescriptive and all other value-adding analytics. And I'm happy that next week we'll be facilitating human capital, applied human capital modeling and HR analytics in Nakuru. I hope all of you have signed up. We are starting on Monday, and we are going to talk about this practically next week. I'm part of the facilitators, and we're going to talk about practically how actually you can be able to do these analytics and build models that are data-driven for driving strategic decision making. Then, of course, type of reports we do, all of 68% of us are doing operational report. Imagine, we are just reporting because it's a compliance. It's like the KRA requires you to file a return in June. Most of us are doing a report just because it's a requirement internally or externally, because maybe you have to deploy reports for the National Employment Authority or to NITA and all that, and then our internal benchmarks. But we are not doing reports because we are doing what we call advanced analytics, where we are modeling, literally modeling, and using that to actually inform how our employees should, how we should manage our employees, and even how our talent management policy should look like. This is just a challenge for all of us. We need to shift from that to actually being more evidence-based and use data to be able to help us in shaping, especially employee experience. Now, this way I'm going to answer Richard's question around an example of modeling. Now, initially we used to do, when it comes to employee experience, we were so much interested in investment. A good example is where we are buying new seats, new chairs, economics in terms of decorating the offices. We're investing in training. We are so much focused on investment. How much money am I paying to sponsor people to do a leadership program? That's investment. But now we are shifting it to modeling. And this has to be evidence-based. Now, how do we modeling? Modeling is when we measure, correlate, and predict. A good example for value proposition, to answer the question that was asked, shows that, of course, if you use the modeling approach, you are going to increase your employee experience and satisfaction by that 2%. That's almost a third plus, but just applying modeling technique. But on the other hand, you are going to lower the cost you're spending on employee investment, the cost you're investing in terms of sometimes, I think it's one of the webinars I was talking about, sometimes we even structure benefits and we're incurring cost, but it's not giving us value. So we don't want to spend money, keep spending, keep investing. We want to start understanding the behavior. You can do a little, something so little. Maybe your wife only requires a chocolate, but you're busy buying a whole pizza. But maybe a chocolate will do. That's what we are doing actually. Our employees probably require a chocolate to motivate them, but we are buying pizza and chicken in that are costing thousands of money. That's the analogy I can use for this. So we are sometimes investing too expensively to actually hoping we are going to motivate our employees, but actually we are not. In fact, we are even losing them more. But if you change that to modeling, you actually literally shape that and your motivation of employees become a bit more guaranteed and more high. And a good example now for this, an evidence-based is if we largely invest in our employee experience. Now, I want you now to start challenging yourself that you can present this right to your executive, to your CEO. If you accompany it with a budget, it's going to be approved. Why? I'll be telling the CEO this story. I'll improve employee satisfaction. And in that, I'll increase their intention to stay by 60%. This is actually practical research done. So invest with the experience, you're going to improve the intention for somebody to stay by 60% because they can find meaning and purpose. They'll give you discretionary effort and improve it by 52%. So they kind of almost a half increasing their discretionary effort. They can easily give themselves to their work, what we call employee engagement, with no push by 52%. They will increase the employee performance by 69 in terms of productivity and performance. And in turn, that is going to improve my customer experience because they are being served by happy employees by 48%. So if your CEO is struggling with customer experience, you know where to touch. I will invest in the employee experience. And I improve my customer experience by 48%. Now there you are not speaking HR language, you're speaking business language. Customer experience is business language. I'm going to improve innovation contribution. How people are challenging and improving their processes, volunteering and coming up, generating new ideas is going to improve by 89%. And finally, of course, you're going to improve your brand performance. Why? Because your employees are likely to endorse you as an employer of choice, as the best employer, and that increases the brand by 56%. Now imagine this is the value proposition you are linking between talent outcome and business outcome. So you are telling the CEO, if you invest 5 million in improving the employee experience, expect this value as business outcome. Tell me whether your budget is not going to be approved. So the reason why sometimes our leaders have ignored us because we are not able to showcase, prove to them our value proposition using data. These are things we are going even to do next week in the Human Capital Analytics program. We are going actually to do this practically and test variables and being able to see how you can build an evidence-based model. And you present it with a budget, automatically, of course, you expect you are going to get support. So that means now for us to be able to be effective, we need to overcome the barriers. And there are 4 barriers here. The culture we are having in our organization, that is going to eat all our transformation efforts for breakfast and for dinner. So the culture is very critical. So we have to start building cultures that are more transparent, that are allowing agility, that are allowing feedback, that are allowing that innovation. People need to be challenged. I was in a company actually this week where I was being told by some junior supervisors and lower cadre of managers, no, this idea cannot go. Why? Because it's going to challenge a belief process of somebody sitting on top there. So if anything goes against their belief or their mind, they are going to turn it down. So we need to start breaking down those ceilings. HR competency, we need to build our capability then. Target operating model, because I have seen companies where HR is reporting to COO, HR is reporting to operations now, or finance. Now, sometimes those can also kind of hinder our effectiveness because those people may not necessarily understand our value proposition more easily. And I know it's quite a challenge for most of us. I have seen that practically, where even you're trying to drive some proposition, but because of who you are reporting to, they don't understand it, they kind of become your barrier. And of course, business process, because sometimes when you want to implement a new change, you have to follow some standard processes, which are a bit limited. So for us, then we have to build 3 more skills: big data analytics, design thinking skills, and finally, agile HR skills. I want to park there because the rest will be more announcements so that I can allow a brief moment for question and answer. I know most of us are leaving our workplace, so most of us are listening when you're driving. I don't want to keep you longer after you have already spent your day in the workplace. But I think those are some of the things I thought I would share just to help us at least start positioning better in terms of more effective readers in the marketplace. I will just make 2 announcements towards that and probably hand over the meeting to Richard. An announcement, of course, I run a group called Purpose Read HR, which is a WhatsApp group and Telegram group. If you want to join kindly, you can be able to inbox me and I'll be able to add you in that. I'm going to text my number on the chat in case you may want to reach out and you want to join these, you can be able to join that. And then secondly, there's something we are doing, the IHRM, which is for the first ever employee engagement and experience survey. We are doing this survey. We actually ending in March to do it for free, where you're going to get 8 metrics for free. Kindly get a chance to participate in this. And I know we can provide more information through your leadership. I know HR have executed this before, but I want to encourage us to be able to attend this. And the third announcement, of course, is HR analytics training that is taking place next week through IHRM again. So, and you're going to earn 6 CPD points. I would encourage us to be able to also participate in that, and it's going to be a game changer. So thank you so much. I want to allow a few questions. I'll take back the meeting to Richard.
Thank you very much for that very intense presentation. One of the questions I've seen from Damaris is purpose static? Does purpose evolve?
Right, good question, Damaris. I will say this. Maybe we'll have another topic to really discuss this at length. I do a lot of purpose coaching. Purpose is not static. If you see something changing, most likely it was passion. Now, there's a difference between passion and purpose. Passion is selfish because passion is what you love. When you hear people talking about, I love this, I love playing golf, I love doing designs, I love artwork. It's what they love. Purpose is not what you love. Purpose is the reason why you exist. Now, the why you exist largely should not change. If I designed this cup, it was designed for me to take and to sip my tea and my water. There's no way this cup will come and say my purpose now is to be a bridge to cross the river. There's a bit of a challenge there. So what has happened is because people have not been inducted in how to discover purpose, they end up first of all following passion. Now, passion is sustainable. What I loved 10 years ago is not what I love. So if you follow passion, you have to keep on changing, even your career. No wonder you have people who do something for 5 years, then they'll drop it to do something. Why? Purpose keep changing. Passion keep changing, but purpose remain the same. Because the reason why you are created or you are designed is for a specific purpose. The why doesn't change really. It's the essence for existence. So that doesn't change. But the passion, if you're following passion, of course, that changes. So I usually do a lot of inventory assessment where you do an evaluation, reflections, actually to be able to differentiate these two, and it helps you be able to discover yourself more effectively. I hope I've attempted to answer that. Richard, you're muted.
Sorry. There is somebody who is saying that the presentation is very good, but it needs time. But this is a miniskirt, if you should allow me to use that word. It is sparking some thinking. Now, the question is, how do you differentiate between purpose? You know, I'm sure you're comfortable using the word purpose, but some of us do not know what it means, a purpose. What is the difference between purpose, career, and what you have just said, passion?
Exactly.
How do I know I'm operating within the boundaries of purpose and the boundaries of career and the boundaries of passion?
Exactly. I would love to have that as a whole webinar, because I have a whole series. In fact, I have a 5 weeks coaching session around that. So I know I may not unpack all of it right now, but let me just give you a bit of a differentiation. As I said, anything that is a product of a design, that's something I always talk about. A product of a design has an end in mind. Anything that is designed has an end in mind. So purpose is actually that design, the reason for the design. So, and it's the why an individual. Let me talk about individual purpose, why you are there on earth. And that purpose is very consistent and will never end. However, the discovery in it is usually the challenge for us. Why? There are 3 other conflicting things that can conflict with the purpose. And I like using the Ikigai model, for example. In the Ikigai model, they'll differentiate between what you call passion. Passion is what you love. And then there's something you call vocation. Vocation, of course, is what you can be paid for. And then there's a profession. Profession is what you are good at, either by skill or study. And then we have another one we'll call mission. Mission is what the world needs. So the world needs something. So you probably respond. The world needs encouragement, you start encouraging people. The world requires money, you start offering money. You know, that's what the world requires. That's become a mission. Now, the purpose discovery is usually challenged because of that, because you get confused into those emblems. You want to be paid for, that is your vocation. There is the passion, which actually is what you love doing. It's like a hobby and all that. There is mission, the world is in need of something. Now, the intersection of all those 3, you'll always find there's a purpose. So when you find the purpose, inside the purpose, you'll be passion. Inside the purpose, you'll be paid for it. Inside the purpose, the world needed because you came to meet a need. You're born actually to literally fulfill a need. I always give an example of 2 cases that I have ever worked when I was a HRBP, and we did the retrenchment, and I talked to somebody who had served for more than 27 years in the workplace. And when they were leaving, they were getting a very nice package in terms of VR package, several millions, tens of millions of money. They had bought the best cars. They were not on loan, mortgage cleared, and they had worked for 27 years. Students had cleared university. Then at the end, they are telling me with shedding tears that I feel I'm going home empty. This is somebody who has worked for 27 years, feeling they are going home empty. So what they're telling you is they still have voidness, because it's only purpose that gives you the ultimate fulfillment that is unexplainable. On the other side, for those who are in business, a good example I always give is somebody who I know who sells clothes. He has a boutique in town, actually, CPD. But I remember when I went there, he told me, Gabriel, I don't sell clothes. And in a few conversations, he told me, I don't sell clothes, I dress people. Now, dressing people is the purpose. Selling clothes is the career or the business. Now, you can be in 2 businesses. One person is selling clothes, another person is busy dressing people. That guy has a more sustainable purpose-led business. For the person who is selling, is just selling to make money. These guys still make money, but by pursuing the purpose for his calling is dressing people. And I can assure you, he started there for 1 hour, the guy had sold more than 100 suits. And if you go there, he has even drafted policies, business rules that are anchored on that policy. What does he do? If you go there, and especially for men, you go and fit a suit, and then the suit probably is like 1 inch shorter or longer. The guy tells you you're not going to go with it, even if you have 1 million shillings. He does not say to you. He tells you, I'm dressing you. This suit is not yours. I'm giving it to you. You give me an exchange of some money. If you come tomorrow, if you have misused my suit, I disbrackrist you. That's how serious that guy is. So he's selling suits, but actually he's not selling, he's dressing people. And because of that, that's my actually place where I go and buy my suits. So that's the difference. And I can talk about this maybe in a whole webinar, maybe we'll organize the next time. Invite me, I'll talk about purpose-led transformation. It's a huge area. And it's where most people are confused because there's career, you need to pay your bills, you need to grow in your career, and therefore you kind of get disrupted in pursuing your life purpose.
Thank you, Gabriel, for that very intense presentation. Now, my question is, if you, between me and you and the rest, you agree with me, what you are unpacking is not found in mainstream training institutions. How can somebody attain some of the skills that you have just unpacked for us, such that they're able to keep themselves into modern ways of thinking? Because some of the things we go under through is they're sterile, if I should use that word. How can somebody be able to graduate from what we are being trained in or coached or mentored? Because even right now, you have totally redefined what is modern coaching, right?
Yes.
So how can we be able to speak that language, which is not found in the mainstream training colleges or universities?
All right, thank you, Richard. I like the targeted questions, quite very spot on. I think the bottom line is mindset transformation. It has to be a mindset transformation. We have now currently some emerging institute actually doing purpose coaching, literally. In fact, we already have even one, yes, we even have Purpose Development Institute. That one, I am not affiliated to that, but actually I'm part of a team that actually have recently registered what we call Purpose for Impact Institute, literally, which is something is already ongoing. And we are already doing a lot of stuff. I've spoken this, we have done several cohorts on purpose discovery, 5-week series, which helps you now almost undo what was, I can say we have lived a lie, honestly speaking. We have lived a lie for many years. There are so many things, like even those Maslow hierarchy of needs. When you do purpose coaching, you define this differently. I know we love quoting those 16th century philosophy, whatever, Maslow hierarchy. Can I assure you, they are not applicable into 21st century. So there's a whole dispensation. There's something we call generational purpose. I can talk about this for even a whole day. A generational purpose. What is the purpose for this generation? It's actually to undo the lies that we have always lived with. Go test that statement wherever you go. You'll discover there are some new discoveries happening that actually are out of the box, that are challenging the knowledge and the truth of 16th century, 19th century. So the generation purpose we have currently, me and you, and anybody living this today, is actually to undo and establish a new proposition of truth. That one I can talk in a whole webinar on, and I have clearly spelled out areas of where we are challenging the paradigms. And that's why I love the topic here about paradigm shift. We are challenging the paradigms. And it has proven actually that's what works. So we can organize another session for that.
Thank you. In fact, my first time to encounter the meaning of paradigm was through the book of Stephen Covey. That was this family. They got into a train, and then the children started making a lot of noise. And somebody got very mad. Make your children to keep quiet. And then this dad replied, you know, their mother has just died. They've just come from a mortuary. And then the person, from being mad, they changed to, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know that, you know, that kind. And then the second time I encountered, now I wondered, what is a paradigm shift? Then I went and discovered that it is from the structure of scientific revolutions, whereby you move from certain forms of understanding to other forms of understanding. Okay, from the current dominant kind of understanding to another understanding. So what books can you recommend other than the scientific revolution, and what other book can you recommend?
Apparently, of course, this area is still an emerging study. So I would say I don't want to have like a prescriptive approach to it in terms of like specific books that you can read. Because they're very evolving. We are also validating some of these too, because the challenge when you have going through paradigm shift is that even people will also come up with their own fake ideology. So we have to be very careful. I can say even in that journey, I've done this for the last 3 years. There are a few books I've read. What I have done myself is actually to be able to connect with some of the global. I'm in a group, global groups that are talking about purpose, and we exchange a lot of ideas. Some of them have not published the book as per se, but at least there's a lot of ideologies that's being challenged there. So there's a book that I always say, the conviction of the hitman. If you want to start challenging and you see the power of convictions, especially the people that we are in now who are challenging the old ideologies, there's that book called the Convictions of the Hitman. I think it's a study around a guy who really studies on how they kind of influence the world, the paradigms that they had to go through to do that. It's a very nice book. It could be a bit fiction related. I don't believe in it 100%, but it just positions you in some critical things that you can start thinking. Because at the end of the day, it's actually the mindset. We have actually now to start believing new things that we were believing there before. So, but in the conversations that we do in terms of the coaching that I do, we usually go through some models that I have picked from various books to form another series. So it's a conglomerate of so many other books that actually I work with. But of course, there are those traditional books like Purpose Read, what you call Purpose Driven Life by, I know Miles Monroe has written a lot of books. This other gentleman is called who? The Purpose Driven something Life. So there are quite of those books. They can also be foundational in terms of basics of that. But then now you need to combine it to the scientific side. Then they will speak from the faith, but there's now another angle which is more scientific. So if you combine the two, you're able to understand that environment a bit more faster. That's what I have done myself, and it's quite a very game changing.
Thank you. Somebody who has a question as we come to the end of our very well packaged presentation. I mean, it is totally mind transforming. It transforms the ideas that you have on how to manage the environment that you're in. I can see my good friend Jared saying, thank you very much, Richard and Nyamu. I can see Mary Wanyeri saying very informative. Anybody wants to say something, they can unmute themselves and throw in something that we can go with. Then at the tail end of our presentation, we'll have Zippy to give a vote of thanks. Anybody who has something? We have 8 minutes to go.
Richard, as we continue, our ED is trying to join us. So before you can keep on calling on her, she's not joined yet, but she's trying to join to say hi to the team. So you be alert on the same.
Okay. All right. Somebody to say something.
Please, hello.
Yes.
This is
Yes, please.
Can they organize for a training in Nairobi on the 5? I mean, the training in Nakuru. Can we have one in Nairobi kindly, if possible?
Yeah, there's nothing that is cast on stone. It's a question of just talking, and we engage and we model and we agree that we need something in Nairobi. Right, Gab? Besides,
yes. I mean, as long we just need to organize. In fact, we don't necessarily have to follow the calendar. If at all we could form a group that we can still host in Nairobi. It's something that we do. Even in corporates, we also do in-house. So yes, it's quite very flexible.
Okay. Damaris, you are into this paradigm.
Yeah.
Damaris, you are into this paradigm.
Sorry, Richard, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I'm saying you are into mind shifts and the high performance. Say something so that we can speak as we wait for the evening.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much for that. Let me just start by saying thanks very much for Mr. Nyamu for such an insightful session. And thanks for moderating as well very well and keeping us alert. I must say, well, it was great content. I was trying to follow as well and learn one or two things. I am I'm a proponent of actually purpose in driving not just an individual, even in business and organizations, even from the perspective of leaders, being able to actually articulate the purpose of the organization, because that's one of the biggest challenges we always experience when we are trying to help organizations build great cultures for themselves as well as for the people. Yeah, I don't know. You said I say something. That's already something, Richard.
Yes, you have. Jared, I've seen you. Jared, I know you will say something as we wait for the
Thank you.
5 minutes. Jared, Odino.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. How are you and everybody else?
Very fine, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so blessed. I have no words for Mr. Nyamu. It is awesome. It is awesome, man. He has explained the real cream about HR purposes. He has reminded us of leadership and the human behavior. You remember that the last time I asked a question, why do associates ignore trainings? Mr. Nyamu has brought it very, very openly that it starts from the top and to the senior management. And then when the middle management and the associates get that to be trained, they start bringing a lot of issues that it's not worthy, because of the purpose. They do not understand. They have not been identified and proper communication done for transactional change. And as when Nyamu put it, it is all situational leadership. So me, I just say it is well done. He has started on
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Jared.
Richard, you are muted.
Richard, you're muted.
I'm talking to Kwekesa, Catherine, as an operations executive, expert. How can we be able to join employee experience to operations using what Nyamu has, or Catherine has left?
She's still there.
Catherine Wekesa? All right. Ellen Musalia, you have something to say?
Thank you for the session. Yes, thank you for the session. It's been good.
All right. Justice Mose. What have you picked from this particular evening? Justice. All right. Patrick Mayo. Edith, is the Eddie? Yeah. Edith.
Yes, Richard.
No, the ED has been successful.
Not yet. Not yet.
All right.
We could feed and close.
Okay,
all right. Thank you very much.
Richard, so let me, because I know this is going to be an evolving story, let me just share something that we are doing, which I think may answer the question, how do we discover this? We have a leadership summit coming up, the first ever in Africa. It's called actually Purpose for Impact. And tied to it also, we are doing what we call Purpose Awards. There has never been this anywhere else. So we actually be nominating leaders. We have rewarded leaders for generating profit and other things. Now we want to reward leaders, and I want to see even HR, you yourself, being awarded because you have anchored your organization into purpose. So we have this happening in May, and I will really highly encourage us to attend and also to sponsor our leaders. If you want them to be challenged, where we'll be talking now the real things around purpose-led transformation. This actually is the event. It's called Purpose Fest 2022. I will highly encourage that we can be able to be part of this. And also yourself, if you want to invite me into your organization to come and talk just purpose-led transformation, I'm offering some free talks, literally. Free talks in corporate in-house teams, just to be able to help them understand the whole issue of purpose-led transformations. Feel free to reach out to me. I can come and speak to you either virtually or in person. And I think we are going to make a good paradigm shift together. Thank you.
Zippy, it's your turn now to give us some word of gratitude.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate everyone, and especially Gabriel for sharing that tough or technical topic, which is taking us or is challenging us to really think what we need to do to probably be factored in as people who understand their purpose. So thank you for the great insight. We appreciate so much. Though the content was so rich, and it requires a longer period, as some of us have said, be ready. We might engage you some other time so that we may get more of it. We appreciate you so much. And thank you for our moderator, Richard. You took us through a nice journey today in the evening. We appreciate so much. And also for the officials and the people also who are behind the idea of having our today's forum. We thank you so much. We thank you. And also for our institute, let us support our institute, especially because they are really working so hard to support the HR professionals and to make us be recognized or be positioned in the right way. So we thank you so much. Mine is just to thank everyone for attending today's forum and also looking forward to many more that are coming up. Let's support our brand, let us grow it, and we'll go very far. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Thank you. Back to you, Richard.
Welcome. Richard, you're muted again.
Keep on mute. Thank you very much, Sipi, for those wonderful, inspirational, and inspiring words that you have given us. The last bit that I want.
I understand the ED is waiting.
All right, you can allow her to get in.
It's okay. It's okay, Richard. She is not able to join. We apologize for that.
All right. Thank you very much. I will ask Elizabeth Mugo to pray for us so that we break the presentation. Elizabeth? Elizabeth Mugo has not had a paradigm shift. June. June. June, are you there? All right, let me do it. Our dear loving Master in heaven, we thank you very much for this particular occasion that you have given us so that we can be able to share knowledge which will propel our organizations into organizations that make profit, into organizations that are efficient, into organizations that are modernized. We also pray that you keep us together so that we can be able to share great ideas for personal development. For I pray this, trusting in the holy name of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Amen.
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 Thank you.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Mm.
And thank you, everyone else.
Thank you.